Hello everyone, it's Yogi here. I hope you're well and happy Tuesday. Yes, and I hope you're doing well and you're ready for a spot of stitching. I certainly am. And today I am returning to this piece. If you remember, if you've been following the channel, you know we did a 14 count retreat week, celebrating, lower fabric counts. And this was my new start for the week. So this is where I am right now. I'm absolutely in love with this pattern. It's slightly different from the other patterns that I've got. And it's very stylized. And I absolutely love this artist artwork. So if you never seen this piece before, let me just show you the markup here. There. It's adorable, isn't it? There's something so whimsical about it, and the color scheme is so colorful, and it's like a dream world in my mind. And yes, so this piece is by an artist called, what's her name? Karla. I should know. Karla Gerard. Okay, hopefully I have pronounced it correctly. And this piece is called Festive Seascape. And yeah, it does look somewhat festive. And I didn't realize it was sea. It looks more like a river, don't you think? So, but whichever case, and it's a beautiful piece, and I really, really love it. And let me just show you the progress here. Okay, so little hint there. I started this piece for the 14 count retreat. So I'm working on this piece on a 14 count fabric, and this is where I am. Okay, I started from the upper left, and I'll talk to you a little bit about how I got here later on. But I want to show you my numbers. Okay, 2.22. Not bad, isn't it? You might go, well, Yogi, you've just started this piece. You've gone over 2%. Indeed, because this piece is not massive. Okay, so if you go to Stitches So Beautiful. So this pattern is from Stitches So Beautiful. If you're not familiar with them, go check them out. They've got some very, very unique, really beautiful patterns. And let me just show you the dimensions here. Okay, if you look at the upper left there, it says 250 by 200. That's the dimension. So it's not huge. And this version, this pattern, I believe you have a larger version as well. But I think for this style of artwork, it's perfect as a smaller piece, and for 14 count, it's physically slightly larger anyway. So maybe one day when I finish it, I'm able to frame it and put it on my wall somewhere there. And so that's the hope. Okay. And so look at this. It's small. If you think about mini for heaven and earth, I don't know in terms of the size comparably whether they're similar, but Stitches So Beautiful mini, not mini, small, has got more colors. So if you look at the bottom on the left side panel there, 110. So it's not a small number, okay? It's not massive as in, 240, but for a smaller piece like this, 110 is fair number of colors. So I am going to start to sprint right in front of you, and this is going to capture every single stitch I'm going to do today, and every stitch counts, and every stitch is enjoyable. I'm pretty sure. I cannot wait. I didn't get to stitch yesterday, so today I'm ready. Okay, so I want to say hello to all of you. Happy Tuesday to all of you. And let's have a look. Who have I got here with me today? We have Sarah. Sarah, oh, there's a quote from Sarah. Sorry, I can't highlight this one, but I'll read it out for you. Sarah says, wanting less is a far better blessing than having more. Indeed. Oh, how profound. I love it. Yes. And, wanting less is essentially letting go of a lot of, superficial desires. I think, if you start to want less material things, it probably means you're fuller on the inside as a person. Because, I remember reading Eckhart Tolle's books. He mentioned something called identity enhancers, which we sometimes do to compensate the kind of inner lacking or insecurity. We need big brands, we need logo. Dior's, Dolce Gabbana logos on our t-shirts, etc. That kind of stuff. And it's very human, but at the same time, it's probably a sign of someone needing external things to make themselves more. And by wanting less, essentially, it's your way of finding fulfillment, really, Sarah. That I love it. I love it. So I sort of, got a little bit of detour with a hello, but I love the quote. Thank you, Sarah. And Dragon Lady is here as well. Hello, hello. And Rajao as well. Happy Stitching Tuesday to you. And let's have a look. And Linda is also here. Good to see you, Linda. Let me just scroll up a little bit here so I can highlight your comments. And we also have, Sarah. Yes, Sarah has been a member for 6 months. Yes, from day one. And not only day one of the membership, Sarah was pretty much here in the birth of the daily live stream, really, in the very, very early days, and has been such a great supporter, such a firm supporter of the channel when very few people, are watching the channel, and there were only few of us every day, probably about 5 or 6, something like that. And we just got together every day and just stitching together. And, the spirit of the channel is still the same, even with more stitches. And it's a very personal and very intimate group in the chat. Everybody's got a name, and Sarah has a name. Yes. And thank you so much, Sarah. And Sarah has earned the Heart of Gold badge by being a member for 6 months. Thank you so much, Sarah. And we also have Lizzie is here as well. Great to see you, Lizzie. And Susan as well. And Susan had her birthday a couple of days ago. So, hopefully it's still happy birthday, right? You can make it a week. Make it a week. And I'm Busy Mom as well, reporting from Work Club. Welcome, Busy Mom. And we also have Cherry Bomb as well, waving at the chat. And Sound Stitching, hello. And Amanda is also here joining us. And let's have a look. Who else have we got? And, is it Bodisk? Bodisk from Norway. Guys, you can read it yourself, okay? I did my best. Yes. Hello, love. Sending my love to Norway. Let me know. Let me know what your name is. Is it Body? Badel? Something like that. Oh dear. Great to see you. Great to see you. Thank you for being a member as well. And let's have a look. Gayla is also here as well. And Sonia. Is this Sonia? Hello. And Samantha. Hello. Great to see you, Samantha. And Stain is here as well. Is this... I won't do it again. Floss Heaven is here as well. And Ring. Great to see you, Ring. And Love Drunk as well. And Lynn. Hello, Lynn. Yes, cheese and crackers all ready to go. And I'll come back to say hello to the rest of you. And as you're joining in, and I just want to start with a spot of stitching and just explain to you my plan today, okay? So this piece, Festive Seascape by Stitches So Beautiful. So I started during the retreat week, and I've been stitching. Let me zoom in a little bit, okay, just so you can appreciate these beautiful stitches. I started this piece with typewriter method. If you like to know how to work typewriter method from the beginning, look for the playlist for this piece, okay? So you can follow me from the start. And it's a really fun way of starting a piece in particular. I like to start with, typewriter and maybe transition into other methods. Because the great thing is it kind of establishes a really neat border. And on the side as well, because you're stitching in order, picking the colors in order. And so it creates a very neat effect here. I love it. But today, I've been working on this piece. I can't remember how many sessions, maybe 3 so far. But today, the other day, a couple of days ago, you guys probably knew that Gemma has finished her peacock piece. I cannot remember the name of the pattern, and I think it's taken her about 3 years. I didn't think it was that long, but apparently 3 years. And in the spirit of that piece, because it kind of inspired me again. In the beginning of the year, I did a lot of color flow, and I really loved it. And then kind of transitioned to more cross country the recent few weeks. But today, I am going to work this piece into color flow method. Okay, so there's going to be parking. Okay, so warning to the chat and whoever's watching, if you're allergic to parking, this is not going to be good for you. No, actually, take a breath, okay, and maybe cover the ears, and because it's going to be really loud, all the part threads everywhere. So, and if you've never seen, if you're not familiar with the color flow method, you're going to get to watch. So, it's going to be slightly different from my previous color flow pieces, because I'm instead of starting with that method, I am transitioning from a piece that's been worked a slightly different way. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. So at the moment, I have this area that's pretty much kind of it looks quite complete, but at the same time, some, floating stitches. And I am going to start to transition and turn it into a color flow piece, okay? And congratulations to Gemma. It's tremendous. It's she's working on 14 count. This is 14 count as well. That's why it kind of inspired me, even though this piece is much smaller, okay? Gemma's piece is a regular Heaven and Earth piece. So I am going to, and let me know so this is my plan today, and let me know what you're working on and what your plans are. And in terms of working on yours, I'd love to see what you are working on today. So I'm going to just start. So with the color flow, what I'm going to do is start from the upper left corner, roughly, of this area, and start to go diagonally. It's not going to be strict diagonal with the color flow, but you flow with the colors. Okay, so I'm going to zoom in a little bit more here, and we also have Mandy. Mandy is here joining us, and Kelly as well. Badil, yes. Hello, Badil. Is that correct? Welcome, and it's a little bit easier, and. Because sometimes with YouTube handles, even when you have kind of a sensible name, it's kind of buried with all the gibberish. So sometimes it's very hard to tell where the name starts and stops. So thank you for pointing me to the right direction. So I am going to look at my chart here, okay, and bring on my work mode. So you get to see what's happening on my chart here. And, nice start, because I've got a cluster of colors here already. So color flow, as it suggests with the name, you flow with the colors, essentially. If you, that's kind of the spirit of the method. So let me pick my first color here, 3371. And also, this is a 14 count fabric. I'm stitching with CXC, okay. 337, because CXC is providing very, very nice coverage. 3371, 357 when I'm starting with a strong color. I like it. So what I'm going to do is to start to plant the threads, and I get to do my favorite loop method as well. So wonderful. And Ellen is here as well. Hello, Ellen. Ellen's 8-year-old son just celebrated the birthday. Okay. And I hope you enjoy the donuts. Seriously, I would have loved the donuts. The donut caterpillar. So delicious. And it's a nice change from a regular birthday cake, isn't it? So very creative. I love it. So I am going to start from the kind of upper left corner and start stitching. So if you let me zoom in a little bit. Oh, my app is not refreshing. Oh, now it is. So you can see there's quite a few stitches there. So I'm allowed to stitch all of them. How nice. What a great start. And teaching has been very, very busy for the last few days. So it's nice to do 14 counts. For me, 14 count is like, you know, just a little break there. Let me have a look. So there are about 6-7 stitches here. Very nice. So generally with color flow, if you're following Gemma's method, you kind of try to take your stitches diagonally to the right. So it's you know, in principle, a diagonal method. I think in theory, you can probably make it into top down as well, if that's your preference. But diagonal makes a lot of sense. So this is feeling really, really good. And Sidri is here as well. Great to see you, Sidri. Yes, Sidri says, I look forward to it. Not really know how to how color flow works. Yes, it's a great method actually. I just think, you know, Gemma is so original and such a genius. All right, so as you can see, I have completed these stitches. So it's up to you because I'm in the transitional stage. Normally, if I start with this method, I shouldn't have, you know, floating stitches anywhere. So with this method, essentially, you are easing away from the edges without creating any floating stitches. So these are more the product of cross country that I was doing the other day. So at this stage, I might need to break the rules slightly. So I am going to continue to stitch this 4 stitches. So you have to make sort of judgment call as you go forward. And, you know, because I'm in the transitional stage, so things are not as orthodox as you know it would be otherwise. So I'm going to do these 4. And it makes a lot of sense to take your stitches flowing the same direction, because then you avoid having too many duplicated colored, well, threads for the same color, because if you just plant your threads randomly wherever you want, then you could create the situation when you have a lot of duplicated threads of the same color. So so you need to have a kind of a game plan as you flow your stitches. So this, again, I'm breaking rules here, okay? I need to fill up these stitches in order to create, oh dear, I have caught 4 strands. Let me see if I can pull it down. Here. I might need to keep going. I don't know what's happening to my thread. Sidri says backdoor entry knitting cover, raglan sweater. Yeah, Sidri is quite a knitter, isn't she? And wow, you know, knitting jumper is quite tricky because it has to fit somewhat. Lizzie says, I started brewing whiskers. Is that the name of the pattern? And Lizzie says, the confetti is getting to me a little bit. I'll pick it up later in the spring. Yes, if, you know, park it if it's getting overwhelming. If you feel like, you know, it's just too much, then park it. All right, I'm going to park this one as well. So generally, I want to go diagonal, okay? And also, I want to turn on my 5x5 gridding as well. It will probably help me a lot. Yes, so I am going to turn on parking here. And so, you know, it's kind of waiting for me here. So at the moment, as you can see, I'm trying to, you know, sort of work with the floating stitches. So the way I park or stitch will be slightly different from, you know, what you would normally do. But gradually, you're going to see the difference. The next color I am going to go for is 310, guys. Spooky bingo, everyone. Let me do it for you. 310. Suddenly, yes, here we go. And I think this piece is really interesting to do color flow because this is a chart. This is a non-hate chart because majority of my whips are from Heaven and Earth. And they're charted a certain style, certain way, whereas this one is charted by, you know, a different company. So it might be a different experience. So again, I'm going back to the upper left and start picking the colors. So this one is 310. Linda says, did you ever find your missing floss? No, Linda. I really don't know where they've gone. It's a mystery. I hope I'll be able to find them one day, sometime soon. You know, I'm looking to reorganize my room here. So hopefully, maybe in the process, it's going to materialize. But I have not found them. And I really would like to find the floss because my DMC 19, number 19, is part of the missing floss as well. And I probably need it at some point for this piece. So I'm stitching with CXC But with my CXC, I do not have the first 35 colors. And this chart, and I find not Heaven and Earth, Stitch is so beautiful. They use a lot of, fair number of the first 35 colors. So when it comes to the first 35 colors, I'm blending with DMC. Otherwise, it's CXC through and through. It's not bad at all. I get to stitch quite a few stitches. Okay, so whenever I can, I want to park in a diagonal direction. So I am going to come down here and park it down here. And see how it goes. And also with color flow, I don't think I've worked. I have stitched color flow with 2 strands. Come to think of it, because I worked on color flow with Sleep Time, with Vintage Toys. What else? But I don't think I worked with 2 strand part threads. So this is a new experience. Love Drunk says, I'm stitching Magic Study Rainbow. Restart after 10,000 stitches. Oh, I remember that. Because Love Drunk, what's your Facebook name? You're under a different name, right? But I do remember someone posted a restart after 10,000 stitches. I think, did you say you, if I remember correctly, you restarted because the stitches were too full. Was it 20 counts? Have I remember correctly? Was it 20 count fabric, 2/1, right? And then you're just finding it too difficult to stitch. And you switch to 1/1. Is that correct? Yes, because, you know, the YouTube name and Facebook names, they don't always match, so I don't always know. All right then. Oh, this one is just 1 stitch, and then the next stitch is quite far away. So let's see how it goes. 3 3 3 3 4 6. It's quite courageous to restart after 10,000. 10,000 is like 100 blocks, right? Susan is having 310 spooky bingo. The first spooky bingo goes to Susan. Yay! Sorry, I only saw this. Okay, 3 3 4 6. 3 3 4 6. I do have one ready here. So this one literally just 1 stitch. Let's see if I can turn this. Oh yes, it is 20 count, 2/1. So did you find it quite challenging to stitch because of the fullness? But you kind of just kept going, because 10,000 is quite a lot for you to you know, decide that it's too full. I am gonna end this color because literally it's just 1 stitch, and the next stitch is too far away, and being 2 strands, I don't want to take the thread too far away because it's going to create a lot of bulk underneath. So even though it's easier if I just park a couple blocks away, I don't want to do that. Here we go. 3, 3, 4, 6. Hi, Alison. Alison Rainey says, evening, everyone. Autumn cat done. Back to the garden shed. First accidental max colors. First accidental max colors. Yes, that's a new one. Yes, it's all accident. And oh, right. And it's very confetti, is it? Well, that's part of the journey, Alison. Hi, Rachel Morton. Hello, hello. Okay, so this one is done. And I'm gonna pick the one next to it. And this one has got 2 stitches, and I will decide whether I'm going to park it. 470. 470. I think Gemma just makes this method look too easy. I think for her. And she's fast as well. You know, even though that piece taken 3 years, but you know, it does take minimum probably 2.5 years to finish that. It feels quite fast. And she's stitching in a very unique method. But she's not slow at all. So inspiring, isn't it? But Dale says, what do you mean by 1/1 and 2/1? Yes. So it's a way to describe how many strands you're stitching with, first of all. The first number, the first one, when you say 1/1 or 1/2, right? 1/1 is, the first one is the number of strands. So if you're stitching 1/1, it means you're stitching one single strand. And the second one is the stitches. So sometimes with fabric, depending on the fabric count, you may create a stitch that's cross 2 stitches, which covers 4 squares. So that will be 1/2, 1 stitch over 2 squares, essentially 4 really, and a multiply. So yes, and when 1/2 will be, as I just said, 1 single strand over 2. But normally, if you do over 2, you tend to do, oh, depends. No, that's not true. I was going to say that if you do over 2, you tend to do 2 as well, 2 strands as well. That's not true. It could be 1/2. So if I say 2/1, it means I'm stitching with 2 strands over 1 square. And that's what happened with Love Drunk's project, 20 count. She was doing 2 strands like this over 1 square for 20 counts, and it turned out to be too full. So she decided after 10,000 stitches, she's going to restart with 1/1, just using a single strand rather than 2 strands. So hopefully that makes sense. I know it's it does sound very confusing if you're not used to the terminology, but you will. It makes sense. Yes, Sarah has explained as well. So Love Drunk has restarted it. Already have 900 stitches. So are you starting from the same location? Because sometimes with me, if I have to restart anything, so, so I don't feel like I'm repeating exactly the same thing that I did before, sometimes I choose to start from a different location. Like my gecko rouge, right? After 2.5 years of stitching, I decided to restart, but I couldn't bear to start from the same location. It was just too much. All right then, in this case, I am going to end this one as well. Yes, again, I don't want to create too much bulk underneath. I could have taken my thread, the next stitch would be either here or down here, but for 14 counts, that's quite a long distance to park. Okay then, 470, and also I'm keeping my needle, my thread on my needle and just park on my organizer, so it's quite easy to just pull it out if I need it again. Janine, hello darling. Slightly late for the class, okay, Janine? Can we have a word about that? And Janine says, hello, Yogi, and all. My way home, long day. Oh, fair enough. Janine's been working, going home. And no driving and chatting, okay? And safe driving, safe driving. Monique, hello. Monique says, I love Gemma's stitches. She's quite amazing finishing that beautiful peacock. I know, and she's so... What I love about her is she doesn't get distracted by things. She doesn't do things to kind of please the crowd in any shape or form. She just does what she does. And she just very consistent with things. It shows the character, I think. I really like that. I really like that. I think this is why she's got so many fans. 417. Oh, 471. 47. Oh dear. Read it carefully. 471. I just think it takes a special kind of human being to be able to stitch the same piece for 3 years with the same method. You know what I mean? She doesn't deviate. Okay. 471. Janine says, I'm going to do a new start tonight. Cats in Love by Bridget Ashwood, pain-free craft. And it will be my first pain-free craft, so it would be interesting to see how the chart. Yes, it's when you try out a chart from a new company, it's always exciting, isn't it? Because every single company, they kind of have their own style of charting. I can definitely feel the difference. So Janine, how many reserved sort of space for a new start for the rest of the year? I like to have an update, please. So this one's got 3 stitches, and the next one, I have to think about it. I kind of want to make a decision whether I would just not park if it's more than 10 stitches away, and this is way over. So I'm going to end the thread instead. So it requires a little bit of courage, because the reason you park is obviously to save time and effort of restarting a new thread, a new stitch. But at the same time, the trade-off is if you have too many and part too far away, you're creating, you know, all the threads are going underneath everywhere, and it's going to be very bulky when you stitch it. 471, I'm gonna dock it. Very nice. I'm good with that. Hey, Darby Johnson says, Stitchy friends lurking from work club today. Oh, we salute to you, all you guys working as we're frolicking here, stitching, you know, freely. We keep you company. Okay, with this one, oh, it's a little bit tricky. Because this one, let me have a look. 1, 2, 3. There's one. What is going on with this stitch? Is that a cross? It is. Hang on. That's not marked. What do I do here? All right then. Interesting. So, as I said, I am transitioning from cross country to color flow. So in theory, there shouldn't be, other than the fact that you follow the colors and you flow kind of diagonally. There's one more rule that's really important, is that you, whatever you do, you try to avoid creating boxed in stitches like this. So everything in theory should be nice and open. At least have two sides open. I think with color flow, sometimes you have one side, just one side that's open. That happens as well, like this, a little bit like this. With my color, you know, my version of the color flow, I need to double check with Gemma. I need to watch more recent videos. But so whatever you do, you try not to create situations that it's going to, you know, create boxed-in stitches like this. So it's like a strategy game that you, you know, contemplate in your head as you're stitching, as you look at the chart and see where the stitches flow, and you make a judgment call. So with this one, I am going to do, even though in theory I can just stitch all these stitches here, but I'm not going to. So this is where the discipline comes in. Love Drunk says, I started the same location. Oh, it's better you than me. Does it feel like deja vu? It feels like I've just been here. I thought it was done. Yes, that takes courage to restart on the same location. And whenever I can, just like Gemma, I'm going to do a little bit of Danish. Hi, Lefty. Welcome. Good to see you. Oh, Lefty Gemini has just watched Gemma as well. I saw the short one. I saw the completion where she showed the whole piece. I have not seen the final stitch with me. I'm going to. I just have not got the time the last couple of days, but I definitely want to see that because I watched a lot the final session she did with the last finish with the I think it was the Zoda piece, or I definitely saw another one with the flowers, maybe the one before as well. She's finished so many pieces. And it's always exciting to watch the last stitch, isn't it? It's like, my God, you don't get to do that very often. Hi, Anna. Anna says, read Gemma. She was so disciplined to keeping to color flow even in her last block of stitches. Oh, I love it. And Anna says, I would have just stitched each color all at once in my excitement to finish. I know, because her artistry with her stitching is not just the fact that she's so single-minded and stitching. It's the fact that she has certain method that she loves, and she just follows through all the way. It's just so beautiful, and this is why I'm so inspired to do color flow with this piece. Because sometimes, with color flow, because I did a lot of it the beginning of the year, sometimes you just feel like you need a change. And also, sometimes you look at the piece itself, where for some reason, like sleep time, for instance, when I got to the squirrel part of it, somehow color flow just didn't flow very well. So instead of trying to fight it and insist on doing something that doesn't really flow for me, I'm sure if Gemma was doing it, it would be different. But for me, it didn't flow. So I had to, own up to that and go, well, okay, I'm happy to change method. I'm okay with that. And I change methods all the time, back and forth, back and forth. Doesn't matter. It's all good fun. Oh, this one. I'm quite tempted to double the length of the threads. Very nice. Okay. Where do I go next? I can do this one. Let me have a look. This one I have done. I might pick this one next. There you go. 3 stitches. Floss Haven says, I have started my 2 first hay pieces, working on the butterfly board today. Love it. But I realize I need a couple of 100 needles and needle ball. Yes, you do, Floss. I know, it's worth it. Getting the board ready. There are hacks with a needle board as well, because my method is it requires a little bit more sort of preparation. But there's stitches in the chat. They just print out an A4 sheet of all of DMC numbers and stick it on a piece of foam or those ironing boards I've got, and just stab insert the needles through the papers, if you don't mind that. Personally, I don't like to do that, but if you don't mind doing it, it's really quick to create a needle ball. 3347, 3347. So this one really only has 3 stitches. I'm going to just do them all. Ellen says, I love Gemma, her perseverance and determination to stick with the message, and indeed going her way to of rotation, the web she has. Yes, I know. She's very, very unique. Three stitches. I'm going to just do these three. Let me see. Oh, that one is done. So just these two then. Okay. Now let me have a sip of my coffee. Lynn says, Yogi, I had to laugh at Komari. Her vlog was opening a box with 12 pairs of snips, and that was the end of the vlog. What? It's a vlog of 10 pairs of snips? I need to watch it. I just haven't got time to catch up. Komari hasn't posted a stitch with me for a little while. She hasn't streamed for a little while. I find Komari she's quite drastic with her streaming schedule. So she would go through a period that she sometimes do multiple streams a day and then disappear off for like a few weeks and then come back. She's probably stitching privately anyway, because she's got a goal, hasn't she? By the end of April, she's going to do, I can't remember how many stitches. It's too scary to remember. Like a lot of stitches by the end of the month. So yogi move, yeah. With this one, I'm going to make a section. Normally I do a tuck-in. Oh, I'm going to do a tuck-in anyway. I thought I was going to do a regular pin, which I don't like to do, but it's fine. Okay, 3, 3, 4, 7. And next one, 9, 3, 2. 9, 3, 2. Let me just bring my organizer over the other side. 9, 3, 2. Walk away. Hello. Walk away says, I saw Kamari's snip vlog. Too funny. What is that about then? Is she just showing like 10 pairs of snips and then say bye? I need to watch it. It sounds fascinating. And she's so funny. And I'm actually surprised that she hasn't changed the channel name yet. It's been at least 2 weeks. She has not changed the channel name. Oh, I need to watch that video. All right then. Let me do this one. So this one, oh, all right. Again, because of the legacy stitches, I'll need to break the rules slightly and improvise in order to transition this piece to full color flow. Suzanne says, I've started doing 2 needles prep at a time. If there isn't open on the board, I'm doing a thread for what I'm working on. I'm trying to figure out what that means. So, does that mean you prep 2 needles for each color? Is that what you mean? Sorry, I'm doing a little bit more like a mini, like cross country with these stitches because it's impossible to flow with color flow. I could actually, if I'm trying to be a bit more disciplined. All right then I'll park here. Alison says, I'm giving up on parking. I must have around 100 parked, going to work them, do mini cross country. I do that from time to time as well. I'll go through a period that I feel like I need to park. I love parking. I want to park everywhere. And then I'll look at all my part threads and go, no, I don't want to park. I want to tidy up everything. But it doesn't matter. You can go back and forth because in the meanwhile, what's happening is you're stitching, right? You're getting stitches done. So it doesn't matter how you do it. You're stitching. And I love working through transitional period because it's, you know, it kind of challenges your brain a little bit. 597. 597. And I'm pretty sure as soon as you clear up all the past threads, you want to park again. It's just how it goes. Kristen says, hi, Kristen. Kristen says Kamari wasn't stitching. She was cleaning her house. So she made a video of her cleaning her house while flashing 10 pairs of snips. That sounds like a great video. I have to watch it. It might just go viral. Here we go. And what's happening with her patterns? I remember, didn't she come up with some sort of original patterns or whatever? Is she selling them? I don't think she mentions it that frequently. I just love her kind of really blasé about everything. You know, she's so atypical as a somewhat sort of content creator. And she doesn't care about consistency. She doesn't care about her channel name being, different every single week. She just does what she wants. I love it. And now she's got a cleaning video that I must watch. Brittany Ferguson says, help Yogi, I have ordered 22 count hardanger from 123 Stitch for Hate full coverage. And is this even weave or is it not? Or is it Ada? 22 is kind of, oh dear, I'm gonna get lynched. Because I can't remember clearly. I think it's Ada, neither. That's my answer. You can probably imagine I did so bad in school, right? With tests, my memories just fail me every time. But it doesn't matter what it is, though, Brittany. It doesn't matter because I had 22 count fabric and have worked on them without even thinking, whether it's even weave or Ada. In my mind, it felt more like even weave because it's very close to 25 counts. But ultimately, it's just 22 count fabric. It doesn't matter. You're doing full coverage, so the fabric is not going to show. So, so 22 is just, smaller in stitches. I would say it still has some sort of, Ada felt to it because the area you're stitching, the white area, is still slightly larger than the corners. Whereas even weave, when it's evenly woven, then literally, it's very hard to tell where to stitch. That's why even weave is quite tricky. But 22, you still have that distinction between the, area the cross needs to go versus the corners. Ellen says, what is the goal of stitches from Komari? I can't understand her live stream sessions. It doesn't translate. Yes, we were talking about it a few streams ago. I think Kristen might know. Kristen is, Komari expert. Kristen's, I think, is it 50,000 or something? Is it? I think she's already done 50,000. Am I correct? Sounds terrifying. She's already done half of those stitches. I think she's trying to get to. Is it 50 or 100,000 by the end of April? Because she posted that on the 1st April, and we're joking that maybe it's April Fool. No, I think she's totally serious. She's going to do it. Let me just pick this one here. Okay, that one, 502. I know it sounded far-fetched, but not for Komari. And Suzanne explains that if I'm already getting a needle ready, I'll do 2 put one on the board. Oh, I see, for the same color. So for instance, I'm stitching 502. If I then basically you thread 2 needles and put one on the board. Is that correct? So does that mean, do you have 2 needles of the same color dot together? Because for instance, if I have if I thread 2 needles, well, yes, I thread the same color for 2 needles and put one on the needle board. If then my leftover for this one, for the first one, will have to go on the needle board as well. So does it take up more needles than you need? I'm constantly short of needles. My 28 count, size 28 needles are running low again. I've topped up about God knows how many times. Normally 10 packs of John James needles at a time. And I'm still running out. Okay, so this one is just 1 stitch. And then I'm going to park over here. Okay. I know it's a little bit unconventional because I've got all the floating stitches here. So it's not going to look like a color flow situation for a little bit. I need to patch up, you know, all these loose needles and loose stitches. Oh dear, no, that's not the right one. I want to, no, that's not the right spot to park. Let me have a look. I've got 2 more stitches on the leather I have not done already. Dragon Lady says, making lentils and rice again. I don't want to leave it unattended. The aroma is to die for. Well, you're making me hungry, Dragon Lady. I love lentils. I can smell it just by you talking about it. It's terrible. Now I'm peckish. Okay, I'm going to be disciplined and park here. I know it does look a little bit unusual at the moment. Okay. And then I'm going to peg this color. 310 again. Oh, nice. 310. Spooky bingo everywhere. Kristen says she wants 100K in April. And I think she's already over 50K already. So it means she will have to stitch 50K, 50,000 stitches before the end of April. And we are in the middle of April. So maybe that's why she doesn't have time to stream. She's too busy stitching. Dear, oh dear. Susan says, Yogi, clean house slowly. Yes, very slowly. You know, how long has it been since I've been talking about clearing up my stitching room? It has not happened yet, okay? I kept talking about it. And this one, I really, really need to be disciplined. Literally just one stitch. I'm going to park it over here. I know. Amanda says in between Ada and even weave closer to Ada. Most people think it's Ada, but its manufacturing process is very different than Ada. Because what I learned through the chat is the fundamental difference between Ada and even weave is just how it's woven. Because I'm pretty sure maybe Nikki has got, was it 25 count or 28 count Ada somewhere from Amazon? So it does exist. Maybe not so common, but you know, it's just how the fabric is woven together, not necessarily dictated by the fabric count, if you think about it that way. And you know, ultimately, it doesn't matter either way, as long as the fabric is the fabric count you want, then you know it's all good. Maybe the stitching, you know, felt might be different. I don't know. 3051. 3051. It's a green. Brittany says, we'll go big or go home. I'm such a grand library when it comes in. Yes, do it big. You know, aim for the moon and maybe you'll reach the stars. Absolutely. Janine says, didn't you just get 100 needles a few weeks ago? Me? Ten packs of 6 needles. So that's 60 needles. I top up each time. For somehow they just disappear off. Okay, maybe I break a few of them, okay? I do, you know, my powerful grips. Sometimes I do bend my needles and some of them disappear. They just, like my flaws, they just disappear. It happens. There's a theme going on there. But otherwise, you know, I don't know why they just keep running out. All right. It's gradually taking shape, okay? I know it's very subtle, but I am, you know, I am parking the threads in a very cunning way. At some point, all will start to make sense. If not, sincere apologies. Oh, Dragon Lady, Spooky Bingo. Sorry, I only got your message now. And Sarah as well. Spooky Bingo. Yes. Sarah says goals not achieved or work done are just dreams. Yes. Currently cleaning my room and reorganizing my stitching room is still a dream. It's still a dream. But dreams may come true, Sarah. Have faith. I have faith. Okay, I'm gonna plant another thread here. Another 310, guys. Oh, what is happening today? Because sometimes you need to plant multiple threads of the same color. It happens. You try to minimize it, and that's part of the practice, but it can still happen. Callum, hello. Callum says you can get packs of 25 needles direct from John James. Really? 25 needles a pack? 28, size 28. I never bought directly from John James. I wonder if it's cheaper that way, because the vendor I'm buying the needles from, they're quite reasonable. Because sometimes John James needles can be twice as much if you buy from certain vendors. So I am going to park it here. It's a little bit tricky, but it's part of the challenge. And the next one's 931. 931. Nice 31. Okay, so there. Oh, Busy Mom's theory is the ghosts are taking those needles and flowers. Yes, because, well, the thing is, they have taken some needles, so they probably reckon, we need some floss as well. And the next thing is going to be my hoops. Oh, I need to watch out. Dear, oh dear. I haven't got that many. I know. The whole place is generally just haunted. Haunted by someone who loves stitching as well. So they need supplies as well. Maybe I just need to help them. Okay. I am going to park it down here. I know. Unconventional. Gemma, please look away. Walkaway says my sewing stitching room is also used on occasions as a guest room. So when we have company coming, I'm forced to organize and clean it up. Wow. Because stitching room or craft room tend to be, slightly more busy with stuff. So, yes, interesting. It's a guest room as well. That's very brave. I wouldn't, I wouldn't dare to allow anybody to sleep in this room. They probably get stabbed by needles. This one, there's 3. I'm going to do these. Ellen says, do you leave your needles on the strand of floss you have part? Oh, these ones? No. No, I do not do hot needles. I know Gemma does sometimes. I tried it. No, I'm just stabbing myself everywhere. What Gemma does is what she calls hot needles. So they're not permanently with needles attached, but just for the area that she's working on. Sometimes there are colors, alternating from each other, etc. When that happens, she will leave some of her threads with needles attached. I tried it. Nope, not for me. I rather thread, rethread every single time. I think I'm going to double the length of my threads. It just feels like they run out too quickly. Very nice. See, I'm doing it already. I've got a habit of stroking my threads. And so every time I forget, they have needles attached and just needles flying everywhere, and I get stabbed. Okay. Now, how are we doing here? Fine. I'm gonna come down to the corner here. So I'm trying to create roughly sort of diagonal in terms of direction. So I am going to pick 3371. 3371. Three, 3, 7, 1. Brittany is asking, can you explain slip stitches, how to prevent it? Oh, do you mean when you take the threads? Yes, that can happen. So can someone explain that to Brittany? I don't think I'm the best person, because it does happen sometimes with cross stitches. Depends on where you take your threads. And also it happens. I remember when I was doing a lot of boomerang ending, which you need to take your thread over to the different directions. But there is a rule that you can kind of look at the direction of the thread of your fabric, but I can't remember which is which. So if someone can explain it well, please help Brittany. Callum says, Yogi, you can buy size 28. It's about £4. Really? John James needles, 28, £4. Hang on, I'm trying to sort of do a mental calculation, which I can't clearly, because the vendor I buy the needles from, is it Mary's Cross Stitch, etc. They sell a pack of 6 needles, so someone can probably get the calculation going. Really clever ones. Six needles per pack, and I think it's about just under £2, maybe £1 60, £1 80, something like that, for 6 needles, which I thought was quite reasonable, because I have seen them sold double that price, the exact same pack, 6 needles, and nearly £3, 3.50. So for 28, it's about four pack plus. That's very cheap for £4. I need to look it up. So you can buy directly from John James. I never tried that. Okay, now I'm going to pick up this one. This one's 310, guys. Callum says the website is called JJ Needles. Oh, so it's not official. Is it officially John James Needles? JJ Needles, that makes sense. John James Needles. John James. Yes, I'll definitely look it up, because I use a lot of size 28 John James needles. JJ needles. Yes, it's my favorite for 28, size 28. For size 26 John James needles, I did buy a few packs. I didn't like them because the eyes are too narrow for 26. Because for 26, size 26 needles, I use them for double strand, like this one. And to thread double strand with John James needle, the eyes are very flat. So for 26, size 26, I prefer DMC and Prime as well. Prime, they do golden ones. And they have very generous size eye for those needles. Very easy to thread. Oh, this one. I need to break the rules, because I'm not supposed to create boxed in stitches, but for these ones, just for the sanity, I'm gonna just keep stitching and patch up those 2 stitches. Very naughty, Yogi, I know. Busy Mom says, Yogi, have you heard from Nikki? I've been thinking of her. I don't know what's happening to Nikki. I don't see any updates on her social media or her website or her channel. And she hasn't come to the chat recently for a few weeks now. I hope it's just, life gets busy. I hope everything's all good. No, I have not heard from her. I hope she's not being captured by the squid lady, calamari lady. Maybe she's got held a hostage by the calamari lady. I hope that's not the case. Okay, I'm gonna do a Nikki, if you're watching the replay, just leave a comment or something. If you're too busy to come to the stream. 1, 2, 3. Callum says there's a bit of a minefield in there, so you have to hunt for them. They're called envelopes, product code. What? So they're not labeled with a product name. How did you find out, Callum? Is this some sort of secret society you have to, enter in order to buy John James needles so cheaply? I'll probably need to take a screenshot because I won't remember. Lefty Gemini says, yes, I do too. I pet the park threads like a ponytail. Same here. Because I always say when I have a lot of park threads with certain pieces, particularly double strand, I feel like a hairdresser. I just feel like maybe, I'm just fantasizing being a hairdresser because, with my mom when I was a kid, I always try to brush, we play some hairdresser game and role playing. And I was a hairdresser and my mom was my customer and I would, brush her hair or shampoo her hair and we'll have a chat, like when you go to a salon, you chat about stuff. So I think secretly I have the hairdresser in me. I do this just automatically. I can't help it. This is how I tidy my part threads. Yes, I'll try to look up the John James. I think I need sort of a new stash. Oh, walk away 310 spooky, yay! Yes, we like a bit of a spooky bingo. And today, 310 is kind of here and there everywhere. Oh, Susan's having 310 spooky bingo as well. Oh, there you go. See? 310 is uniting all the stitches. It's a beautiful color. Yes, I can understand why Sarah wants to stitch a piece that's entirely 310. Just a patch of black with a hint of cat there somewhere. But you have to use your imagination. I know, Monique. Maybe she's captured by the, calamari lady, finally. Ellen says, I thought you said Nikki was taken by aliens. Well, it's the same thing. Calamaris, there are theories that squids maybe come from outer space. They don't belong here because of their strange abilities to camouflage, and they're so intelligent as well. Squids and octopus, they're so smart. They're definitely aliens. They're living in the ocean. So yes, you could say that Nikki may be taken hostage by aliens. It's synonymous. All right, where do I take this thread? Interesting. I could take it over here. Breaking all the rules I need to in order to transition this piece. Suzanne says, I used to do that with my mom too. She has super long hair and I will give her wash and style. Yes, I know, wash and blow dry, and the whole package. And my mom loved it because she didn't have to go to the salon. It's a free labor, child labor. I know. And I'll pretend to chat, you know, because those hairdresser ladies, they always chat about stuff, gossips and stuff. I am going to take this one, do a yogi move. And you know, and I really love watching sort of people having haircut as well. If I go to a salon and if I'm waiting, my eyes always go to the people next to me and watching, particularly those ones having their haircut. I just love watching hair falling off the scissors. Is that strange? Is it just me? One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Catherine Lucky is here. Says, hi Yogi, I love this pattern. I really want to start it. Thank you for the inspiration. And wonderful, yes. It's from Stitches So Beautiful. And I'm doing a small version. And there's a regular size, I believe. So it's up to you. Yes, join me. I'm going to be stitching this piece, quite frequently, I think, because it's 14 counts. For me, that's already a kind of retreat kind of stitching. And I need it from time to time. And it's so beautiful as well. And because it's a little bit smaller in my mind, okay, I know it's a fantasy. In my mind, I'm thinking maybe, it's more likely for me to finish this piece than the other ones. This one and Maggie. My bar is pretty low here. Okay, guys. So, let me pick this one. I think this one may be slightly smaller than Hade Mini. I don't know. I have not compared the dimensions side by side. Maybe a little bit smaller. Walkaway says, my mum was a hairdresser and had a shop in our house. I hated the smell of perm solution. Oh, yes, that chemical can be a little bit much. But you get to watch people having haircut. That's lovely. I love watching people having haircut. Wow. So Walkaway's mom is actually a hairdresser. There you go. Okay, I'm breaking rules here because I just need to get these taken care of. Lizzie says, I used to play with my mother's hair. I love brushing other people's hair and playing with it. I wouldn't say I love to brush everybody's hair, okay? I don't I don't generally touch other people's hair, but with my mom's, yes. Ellen says, my mother studied for hairdresser. I stopped the studies before they ended. I stopped the study before they ended, so she didn't finish it. And when she had to cut my hair, she always did it did the way how she wanted it and not how I wanted it. So sad and frustrating. Yes, hairdressers, sometimes it happens, doesn't it? When you go to hairdressers and if you find a really good hairdresser, you kind of want to follow them to, if they move to another country, you just want to move with them because it's really hard to find a hairdresser that really gets you. And so it's quite, it's quite rare. And it can be frustrating, yes, because they always have their own idea on how your hair should look like. But ultimately, you're the person who knows your hair best, and you have a certain idea, and sometimes, these ideas clash. And I came across a lot of hairdressers. They sometimes just trying to do too much. I used to have longer hair, and all I wanted was a trim, and then just getting sort of a bit of layer or whatever it is, just really simple stuff. And some hairdressers, they kind of try to come up with different things. They try to put curlers on it to finish it, or they try to, just do stuff that I wouldn't normally do because I don't want them to do anything that I would not do on a day-to-day basis because they can put some fancy styles and blow dry it this way or that, other ways. The following morning when I wake up, I'm going to look like my, usual self. So it's a complete waste of time. So, but sometimes they do try, don't they? Oh, Sarah says, my mom was a hairdresser for 18 years. So who else? The entire chat, all their moms are hairdressers. I'm slightly envious. You get to watch people get, having haircut. That is so nice. Susan says, I think you'll probably finish Storm Chasing Bunny. Yes, that's the one. That's one of the, pieces. I'm hoping I get to finish at some point. Well, at least Susan has faith in me, And I remember when I was a college student, when I was an art student, my hair was really, really long. And in London, I don't know whether it happens in other countries, but or cities rather. In London, if you walk down the street, particularly around Covent Garden or maybe around West End, sometimes there are students of, they're practicing hairdressing. They would stand on the street. I don't know whether they still do that. I haven't come across. Now my hair is really short, so they're probably not interested. But when I had long hair, I would get asked to be kind of guinea pigs, and instead they give you a free haircut. So they kind of stand on the street and spot people with hairstyle they want to work on, and long hair is really popular one, and they will go, hey, do you mind, would you like a free haircut? We're students of hairdressing school, and if you'd like to have a haircut, it's free, and we get to work on your hair, etc. So I got asked quite frequently. So I had free haircut when I was student a lot. But someone has to do it. It's a bit like, when they study to be a doctor, they're student doctors, right? And it sounds scary, but someone has to start somewhere. And so I was a guinea pig for hairdressing school. very frequently. Lizzie says, I wanted to be a hairdresser when I was a kid, and I still wish it, but my disabilities no longer has an option. It's hard work, Lizzie. They have to stand all day long, and you know, one person at a time, and you know, they have to stand for long, long hours. It's not for everyone. Shall I take it down here or over there? No. I'm going to take it over there. Okay. Sarah says, random fun fact. Today is my grandpa's birthday. If he was still with us, he would be 133 years old. My goodness. Happy birthday, Grandpa. I'm sure he's probably celebrating his birthday in heaven with caterpillar donuts or donut caterpillar. Something like that. All right, 501. 501. Oh, that's so nice, sound stitching. Yes. Sound stitching. My mom has COPD. Right, and I blow dry her hair for her sometimes. That's very nice. These are the things, you know, particularly there's something quite special about that with mother and daughters. There's things we do that is just so special, you know. I know you can be very close to dad as well, but I think there's just something so special about mother and daughter bonding. Walkaway says, my mom did a great job cutting my hair, and I was so nice to be able to get a haircut without having to schedule an appointment. And I just call her up and say, get your scissors ready. I love it. Yes, absolutely. It's going to a hairdresser can be costly, but also, you know, unless you have a very good hairdresser, you're always worried. And I'm, you know, are they going to butcher my hair or just cut in a way that I don't like, which happens quite often, I say. And I think this is why that, you know, Ross Stewart, you guys probably know, he's been going to, his hair is quite known for his hair. He's got quite a, you know, big hair, a lot of hair. And he's been going to the same hairdresser since, well, maybe even 70s. It's a hairdresser in Mayfair. And I used to go there. You know, it's a little bit, I don't anymore. I've got another hairdresser now. But that salon, I probably bump into Rod Stewart at least 4 times going there. Every time I bump into him, he was always in the basement where they do the coloring. So I don't know whether he's blonde naturally, but he definitely has the colors done. And he would just sit there quietly on his own, really discreetly. And the salon's name is named with the founder's name, the hairdresser, and he's been going to the same hairdresser. So the boss will come out to do his hair. I think for regular people, if you want the boss to do your hair, you probably have to pay a special rate for it. But the boss guy. And I can totally understand it, because if you find someone who understands your hair, he was probably the one that created that sort of feathery cut since the 70s. It hasn't changed. And he likes it. So he just kept going back to the same guy. And Busy Mom says, my niece does my hair and she does a great job. Is she a hairdresser? And Suzanne says, I realized today it's been 2 years since I went to the salon. Well, I think, during COVID, a lot of people learned how to cut their own hair or each other's hair, the partner's hair or whatever. And we had to do that for a little while. I mean, with women, it's easier. Sometimes you just grow your hair out. But for guys, they do need to have haircut. Ellen says, I'm a hairdresser for my children and husband, even for my dogs. you're the you're the family hairdresser. Got everybody. So do all of them have the same haircut, including the dogs? Some hairdressers, they can only do one style. So everyone walks out of the salon, they all have the same hairstyle, male or female. Can you imagine? Callum says, I remember my friend got dragged into Vidal Sassoon. Oh, I got taken by them many, many times. Vidal Sassoon, yes, there used to be a Vidal Sassoon school around Covent Garden area. Yes, for free haircut. And came out crying an hour later. Oh no, that's not good. Luckily, I have not had bad experience having my hair cut by the students, because my hair was quite straightforward. They normally did some sort of trim, with a long hair. But Vidal Sassoon, I'm pretty sure they have, done me as well. Yes. It's not good. Well, I can't remember whether I had to sign anything like a disclaimer. So if something goes wrong, I cannot sue them, because otherwise you just mess up somebody's hair. Maybe some students, they're just really bad at cutting hair. What do you do? All right, 3371. 3371. Suzanne says I went to Paul Mitchell salon for something like those free haircuts in the 90s. Got free products, which I like, but the haircuts wasn't always what I wanted to have liked. Yes. Free haircut. Why do they give you free haircut? Is that for students as well? Ellen says hairdresser students here in Belgium have to search their own models. They often post advertisements on Facebook for haircut. Nowadays, perhaps. Yes. But I'm sure they're probably still wandering around London streets, just talking to random people. Yes, and for colouring is a little bit more risky, isn't it? Oh, Lily, hello, Lily. I can hear you. Oh, babe. I think this colour, I have stitched incorrect colour here. Don't know what to do. This stitch is supposed to be brown, this one. I'm not sure if I should stitch over it because it's already quite full. I'll probably fudge it. Oh, fudge it. It won't break it, I hope. Lynn says, Yogi, where we live, they still have a basin on your head and cut around. No, Lynn, do not lie, okay? Do not lie to Yogi. They do not put a basin on your head and cut around it. That's fictional, Lynn. Stop it. They do not do that. Or watermelon. Half a watermelon. Or helmet. And cut around it. Ellen says that caterpillar donut would be nice memory for my son, something original. I know, I thought it was such a nice alternative from just regular, birthday cake. Because that is just such a dream for kids. Not just one donut, not just two, the entire caterpillar. And I want to know who actually ate the eyes of caterpillar. Walkaway says, I went to Rod Stewart concert once and it was so fun, but I screamed a lot and lost my voice, and his hair is iconic. Yes, I think it was created by that hairdresser. I don't want to say the name of the hairdresser, but if you Google, you can probably work it out. But they do have really nice hairdressers there, because a lot of them work there for a long time. They're probably quite well paid as well for that salon. But they really take care of you. No way, Dragon Lady says, I too was a hairdresser. My husband keeps asking me to cut his hair, and I put it off as long as I can. He has gorgeous hair, which I like long. So you're actually a professional hairdresser, and the husband is asking you to cut his hair. Right. Wow. We have a lot of hairdressers here in the chat, or well, not hairdressers per se, but either parents, moms was hairdresser, or they want to be a hairdresser, or they are hairdressers. It's a popular one. I know, there's something about it, isn't it? It's making people feel good, to look good most of the time. But it's hard work though. They're standing on their feet all the time. Ring says, I cut my own hair. I let it go for several years before I had professional haircut. Professional cut it because I donate to cancer patients for weeks. Right, so you grow very long. Was it Sarah? I remember we were talking about the length of the hair. Did Sarah Alien Captain, did you say your hair is like super long or something? I vaguely remember. Was it Sarah or one of the stitchers? And probably a very good candidate for wigs. Think about it. Yes. But you know, if you watch a lot of YouTube videos, wigs nowadays, they're so real. Because normally you could tell just by looking at the hairline where, you know, you can tell, oh, that's a wig. But the modern ones, you can't. They're so well made. And there are different techniques to blend, you know, the edges into your skin. Oops. Oh, I did it again. I caught all 4 strands together. Says my daughter still has a decent length of hair. My son around 1 centimeter. My husband 6 millimeter. Right? Did you just run them over with a razor, with those hair shavers? Number 2. And the dog trimmer shaved my previous Yorkshire. She was ugly. Oh dear. What is happening? Yes. Oh, and my I want to know what's happening with my thread as well. Yes, men's hair is a little bit easier, isn't it? You can just go number 2. And Miss Yogi's got longish hair, so I can't just number 2 the whole thing. Otherwise, it would be easier. Because we tried to cut each other's hair during COVID. It was, oh my God. It's a miracle we didn't break up because it was just disastrous. But luckily, we didn't have to go out much. So it doesn't matter. It just grew out. Very dangerous, very dangerous. Janine says, I'm trying to grip my fabric for my new start and my cat has decided to lay right on top. So I have to work around him. Yes, yes. Well, can you imagine? You have a new start and you have a cat on top and you just stitch around the cat and eventually you end up with a cat piece. You know, think about it. It's a new creation. A shape of your cat. Just follow the outline. Oh, they definitely know. They definitely want to be there because, you know, you're so focused on your fabric when you're gridding. You're not even blinking, and they know it. They're competing for your attention. They're going, me, me, me. It's a chocolate time. All right then. Oh, okay. I was wondering why I'm feeling a little bit peckish. Love Drunk says, I have a hairdresser who comes to my house. I find her quite convenient, but she always has a wild story gossip. So you have a home visit hairdresser. That's nice. Yes, it's all about gossip, isn't it? That's the beauty of it. When I go to hairdresser, which is not that frequently, but when I do, my guilty pleasure is to read those gossip magazines. Guys, do you have those in your hairdressers, hair salons? They have like all the trashy magazines that I wouldn't dare to look normally. And they're all there. I feel less bad reading them because, they're just lying there. I have to read something. So, yes, that's my guilty pleasure. So I get caught up with all the gossips all the celebrity gossips when I just sit there for 2 hours. Ellen says, my son ate the eye of caterpillar. I knew it. When I saw it, I was wondering who is going to eat those eyes. Of course, the birthday boy. It has to be. So they're lollipops. I thought they were icing. Right, or marzipan, sometimes they do that. Yes, it's chocolate time, guys. Yay, it's chocolate. And let me zoom out a little bit, so you get to appreciate what's happening on my fabric here. Can you see that I'm closing up quite a few loose stitches and floating stitches rather. And it's going to take a little bit, and eventually the whole piece is going to be together, no floating stitches. Yes, chocolate time. Oh, today. I think I'm gonna go for my chocolate butter. Okay, only a few pieces left. I'm getting some more. I'm placing a new delivery tomorrow, but there are only a few pieces left. But this should do me. Cheers, everyone, and happy Tuesday. And this is one of the two sort of intact buttons. The rest just fragments. There you go. Cheers, everyone. Giant chocolate button. Yeah. Oh, so it was Sarah. Yes, Sarah says, my hair is long enough to sit on. Oh, dear. Yes. Do you sometimes accidentally do that? Wow. I do remember. Yes, it was Sarah's hair. Michelle Fuller. Michelle says, my sister is a hairdresser. She has moved to different cities and states. She drives back home every 6 weeks to take care of her clients. What does that mean? So she's a hairdresser and she works in different cities and states, but she has clients back home as well, is it? So she comes back and take care of them, run them over with a shaver. Number 2, everyone, line up. Wow, we have a lot of hairdressing connections in the chat. Let me have a sip of my coffee. Yum, yum, yum. Yes, Ellen's Vlogshipper as well. I really need to visit everybody's channels. I'm just been so busy. I don't even have time to watch Gemma or Komari. But I would love to go around everybody's channel and watch them properly. Another piece, yum. Walkaway says, I know for a fact that I spend more money on getting my dog's hair done than mine. It's quite expensive, isn't it? Luckily, I don't have a dog, and cats they groom themselves. So free hairdressing, they do it themselves. But dogs, yes. If you get dogs, but can you, I suppose you can just wash their hair without sort of sending them to hairdressers. Yum yum. Janine says, now I have enough cat hair on this fabric before I have even put on stitches. maybe the cat is trying to create, her own or his own, fabric, her own stitches. Walkaway says, I have to keep a lint roller on and ready when I stitch to combat. Look at here. I have this masking tape. I just pull a small piece and just stick everything, all the hair up. Luckily, Dolly's not very interested on my web, which I'm slightly offended, These are very interesting, beautiful pieces. She's just not very interested. Yum. Oh, Susan is having Black Forest tonight. Tomorrow, when I get my delivery, hopefully I get them tomorrow, day after. Yes, 2 packs of Black Forest, chocolate button as well, and maybe some of those dark chocolate original flavor as well. Definitely, I'm gonna stock up. Yes, the Black Forest ones are really nice, aren't they? And Sarah says, I'm having a Starbucks chocolate cream cold brew coffee. What is it? Is that iced coffee? Chocolate cream cold brew coffee. That sounds very fancy. Walkaway says, I was on Ellen's live stitch last night and finished my piece during off stitch. Oh, how nice. Walkaway. Well done. Well done. And how often do you stream, Ellen? I know I'm just so not up to date. Oh, did you do countdown? Yes. Monique says, shame on you, Dolly. Those are masterpieces. I know, Monique. Look at this. It's so gorgeous. And Dolly is like totally not interested. Yes. Let me have one more piece of chocolate. In fact, I only have 3 loose pieces. I might as well just have them all. Just fragments. And these ones, little ones. It's nice of a finish, isn't it? Oh, hang on. I think I saw your post, Walkaway. Is that the one with the fairy? Is a fairy kiss? Or fairy kisses? How big is that piece? Because I remember you were working on it, and there was, there was quite a few stitches still. not completed the last time I saw it. So you must be working on that piece quite a lot. Well done. Well done. Oh, that good chocolate. I finished the whole pack. Ellen says, as I want to be here during your live stream, I try to do mine on Mondays and Fridays. Yes, Ellen, why don't you take over Mondays and Fridays for stitches? That would be fantastic. Because, you know, we need to stitch every day, don't we? Absolutely. And also, guys, a little bit of update, okay? So this is why Ellen's streams could be your alternative place to go for Mondays and Fridays. My Mondays originally should only go on till end of May, okay? But that teacher that I'm covering for Monday is not coming back just yet. So the Monday situation could go on for a little bit. So, you know, in the meantime, I think, or anytime really, Ellen's stream would be a very nice alternative. What kind of time you're doing? Is it around the same time? If it's around the same time, then stitches can just go to your streams. Would that be nice? Mondays and Fridays, we have Ellen. The rest of the days, Yogi. Perfect. Yes, yes. And Ellen, if you could post your YouTube channel, maybe channel name or just a link on Facebook group, because if you post in the chat, it probably will get removed by YouTube. But you can just do a post so people can find you. Oh, so Walkaway's finished piece is the Fairy Kiss by Artisy. It's 63,000. That's a fair number. Yes, well done. And it's really pretty as well, really colorful. So here we go. I'm going to pick this one. Zoom in a little bit. Where am I exactly? Why am I... Hang on. 1, 2. One, 2. So it's not that one. Okay. It's looking weird. Two. Ellen says he was both 2 hours later, but I tried to be there at 9 o'clock my time, so it's 8 o'clock London time. Oh yes, because Ellen's time is 1 hour ahead, so in order to do, for it to be London time. Right. Yes, I think if you just roughly do it around this time, I'm sure it will work for everyone. That's fantastic. And Ellen will be able to share more of her hairdressing techniques that she applies to her entire family, including the dog. Okay. I do feel like a hairdresser. Ellen says, I gave the dog this morning a haircut. In fact, brushed 3 cats their hair too because they love it so much. Yes, because cats, they take care of their own hair, don't they? They don't like to be washed or anything. I always cringe when I watch YouTube videos of cats being washed. I'm just thinking, no, they're not dogs. Leave them alone. They don't need to be washed. But you can groom them, you can brush them. That's fine. Janine says, gridding's done. I do an initial gridding of 1,000. Like 1,000 blocks? 1,000 blocks at a time. Isn't that risky? Because if you counted one block incorrectly, the rest is all wrong. And Janine, can you count to 10? Really? Where do I go? Down here? There. This bit is taking shape, isn't it? Looking really nice. But there is one little ninja stitch. I need to patch up that one. Okay. 645. 645. Longer hair cat they could shed. Dolly doesn't do much shedding. I mean, Dolly's got not short, but not very long hair. I think I'm probably doing more shedding. Mr. Yogi doing more shedding than Dolly. Amanda says our cat used to climb in the tub with us, always in hot tub, like in bathtub. Cats don't like water, do they? I think I was told only one breed of cats, like Turkish something, like white cats. They love to swim. But most cats, they don't like water, do they? Just one stitch there. Janine says, I can count to 10 for 100 blocks. I do not believe you, Janine. You know, maybe you can count to 10 for one block, maybe 2 blocks, 100. No such thing. At some point, you're going to make mistakes. I bet if you go back to the 100 blocks, some of them are going to have 9 stitches and some of them have 11. Okay, trust me. That's very brave, though. 100 blocks. No, 1,000 blocks. I don't even know how large that is. But why do you need to do so many at a time? Just do it as you go. It's safer, isn't it? Amanda says some breeds of cats love water. Maine Coon often love water as well. We had 2 domestic short hair from the same litter. They both get in the water. Really? I've had several cats in my life, but none of them love water. No chance. If just a tiny splash of water, they just run around like, girls screaming. Okay, I'm kind of ended up doing a little bit of cross country just to fill up this space. Okay. And then I'm gonna pop it here. Janine, I bet you are perfect in every way. Amanda says, I'm gridding for the first time ever and gridded the whole project. Who wants safety? Really? So prior to this, Amanda is a non-gridder, okay, alien alert. And also, you're gridding the whole project. How big is the whole project? That is a terrifying thought. Okay then, I'm gonna do this color. 3371. 3371. I'm going to take 2 strands actually. 3371. Right, Janine says 100 blocks for 1,000 stitches. Oh, I thought you said 1,000 blocks. But 100 blocks is still terrifying. Right, so you're gridding the areas, the space on your Q snap. How large is your Q snap? That's quite big. But you don't need to do that though. You could, but you don't have to. Oh, so Dragon Lady's working on Maggie. Oh, I bet Dragon Lady's so ahead with that piece because Dragon Lady's been working on that piece a lot. I need to catch up. Three. Maggie is so fun to work on, isn't it? Ellen says, I wonder how they watch cats for cat shows. I don't even want to know because for cats, you know, it must be so strange to be washed. It's probably not good for them because they, you know, their body has kind of a natural protection for that kind of stuff and gets washed off. Oh, it's looking good. Look at that. Love it. Yes, I am breaking rules, okay, in order to move this piece to color flow. So Amanda, how are you liking gridding for now? Have you started stitching with gridding? And why did you start if you weren't doing that before? And it was quite intriguing because a while ago I actually discovered that the stitchers who have been stitching for a long time, they were never taught to grid. For us, now it's like normal, absolutely normal. You know, you can buy pre-gridded fabric and everything. Oh, Lily, have mercy for Yogi, please. He's had about, I don't know how many meals today. He's not hungry. He just wants to come in. Hey, Maddie, hello. Great to see you. Yes, I was talking about gridding. It's just so much part of you know, stitching for most of us. And it's hard to imagine that if you know, for some stitches that they were never taught that you could grid. Because the charts, if you look at the chart, I don't know whether the charts were different before, because the charts always have 10 by 10 grid and they're there for reference, right? So you know where to stitch. It kind of makes sense to mirror that on the fabric as well. So I just can't get my head around. Dragon Ladies deeply in 310 territory. Janine says, I'm doing cats in love on 16 count, so the 1,000 stitches fits my 11 by 11 Q snap. Oh, 16 count. Right. So your Q snap is pretty big then if you're gridding 100 blocks. Oh dear, Lily. Where do I go? I go here. Okay. Janine says, "Is Lily a fat cat?" No, Lily is very muscular. If you pick him up, he's so heavy, but he's not podgy or anything. He's just very muscular. It's all muscle. Maddie says, I have some sad news. An ADAP I purchased from Amazon has broken. What? Ripped? What? Why is it ripped? Did it come ribbed? How can that be? You need to get refund if it came like that. And a big, complaint comment for the vendor, I would say. A proper review for the vendor. Okay, guys, I'm kind of doing, I'm cheating a little bit. I'm doing a little bit of a cross country. Okay, I know. It's, I'm trying to fill out all the stitches here so I can start color flowing properly. It's entirely possible by the time I fill out all the loose stitches, I might decide just to do cross country. It's entirely possible. Because I'm breaking all the rules, color flow rules right now. Okay. Amanda says I'm only about 300 stitches in so far. It's not really making much a difference. It makes me feel a little adrift because of the grid lines are reference point, not the actual picture. Michelle says, I was not taught to grit either. I think it's definitely a tool that full coverage stitches use. Yes, I'm trying to recall because I remember, I've been trying to stitch Maggie for 3 times now. The first time when I was working on a paper chart, to be honest, I was quite new. Well, not new to cross stitching, but new to cross stitching of that size. Maggie, even for me at that time, it was very big comparing to kind of quite simple samplers that I was stitching. So at that time, I didn't even know what that 10 by 10 gridding was for. And I think, if I remember correctly, maybe I was stitching without referencing to the 10 by 10 gridding because I didn't know what they were. I just knew they're, boxes. Strange, isn't it? But with Maggie, you can probably get away with it because there was no confetti, very little, if at all, no confetti really. And it's very easy to tell if you stitch something wrong. It will be quite obvious. Whereas this type of chart, not really. You really need to pay attention. Brittany says, I got a small piece of 25 count to play with and practice stitching while I was waiting for. So 22 counts you're trying to get. Yes, so if you're comfortable with 25, you're going to be absolutely fine with 22. Because I was doing the opposite. When I was trying to work my way up to 25, I had to practice on 20 count and then went up to 22 and eventually to 25. And Crafty Tabby Cat has joined us, says, hello everyone, reporting from the work club. Work lurk club. Working and lurking, yes. And we salute to you. Hope you're having a good day, great day at work. Amanda says I'm doing typewriter method, but I'll probably switch because I hate not having a choice. Basically every stitch. That's interesting. I think people do it because they want to kind of not have the responsibility to choose. So if you actually want to take control over the color you stitch, then typewriter is, probably not the best method because you are following the pattern. You have no say in it if you follow it. Oh, I keep doing this. I keep catching all 4 strands. Naughty, naughty. Oh, Lily is not happy. I don't know how to make Lily happy, really. I thought maybe if I just gave him a lot of food, he would be happy. No, he's not happy. He wants more. I don't know. I mean, I don't know why this house is so popular with cats and animals. I've got squirrel friends, of course, and that's fantastic. But recently, the last couple of days, there was another cat. I think it's a female cat. I'm not too sure. He looked like, Felix, the brand, the cat food brand. She literally looks like that, the Felix cat, black and white and really gorgeous. I'm pretty sure it's someone else's cat, but she's been coming to me for food for the last few days, and she was very, very hungry. She eats tons, and I'm thinking if she belongs to someone, there's no way she'll be so hungry. So I don't know what's happening. And there's another tabby as well. It seems like they know each other, maybe from the same household. And both of them look very well fed, very well groomed. But this black and white one is just so hungry. Janine says, Yogi, I think that piece would be too confetti heavy to do color flow. But what do I know about color flows? Tried it once and went back to my mini cross-country typewriter method. I don't think it's to do with confetti. I think it's to do with, I do not know what it is. I think this piece can work quite well with color flow. Because I worked color flow with the vintage toys. Remember the robots, Trevor? That is super confetti, but it worked well. I'll probably go back to color flow with that piece. But for some reason, there's certain areas of a pattern, for instance, the squirrel area of sleep time. It just didn't feel right, and I cannot explain it, I don't think it's some sort of rules that you can apply. There are just certain areas it just doesn't flow with certain method. Sorry, I need to have a sip of my coffee. And with this area, I'm struggling to, sorry. With this area, I'm struggling a little bit because of the sort of legacy stitches. The floating stitches kind of gets in the way with the flow. Once I fill in these loose stitches, and it's going to flow a lot better. And looking at the pattern, I think is a pretty good candidate for color flow. And if you ask Gemma, every single pattern is great for color flow. So it's probably not the pattern, it's just me. Oh, Maddie's making tacos for Taco Tuesday. So every Tuesday, Maddie's having tacos. What about Wednesday? Is it pizza? Oh, the throat is playing up. Hello, Chivis. Amanda says, if you ever want to see someone stitch full coverage in hand without grid lines, Stitching Mummy has the floss tube. She stitches almost exclusive, exactly the same as me. Yes, I'm familiar with Stitching Mummy in the sense that she's the OG for typewriter method. Yes, I'm aware she stitches in hand. Does she ever change, or that's all she does? She doesn't use hoops, stands, anything. I tried stitching in hand. It just didn't work. My hands just got so sore. And also my stitches didn't look very good because of the tension. You know, what I love about hoops is that you can have very even tension with the fabric and the stitches. Oh, it's looking good. Hang on. Here. It's very tempting to just keep doing cross country. What did I say about color flow? I know. Hey, Betty Hankins. Betty says, hi, I really am wanting this chart. Go get it. Betty, it's so fun to stitch. I'm doing a small version, but there's a regular size as well. But I think, you know, with the artwork like this, you know, small size is actually working quite well. Ellen says, I think Lily wants to have a home. I know he does. It's just, it can't be this home because Dolly is terrified. And Lily is very, very, very bossy, very aggressive. Otherwise, you know, it's entirely possible I probably would have adopted him. I think he's just used to being really dominant in this area. Anna says, Yogi, you're doing it. It's looking more colorful now. I'm feeling a little bit guilty because Anna, I've been doing pretty much cross country around here to fill in the loose stitches. So I'm preparing, okay, my excuse would be I'm preparing this area so I can color flow it properly, because I was kind of struggling a little bit because I just run into these floating stitches. So I'm going to do a hybrid at this point, rather than trying to force it into color flow and see how it goes, you know. But that's very nice of you to say that. It is looking a little bit more color flowable, whereas, you know, in the beginning of the session, it's just full of loose stitches everywhere. Rachel says, Yogi, the hungry female could be pregnant. I think the female cat, the Felix cat, is neutered. I just have that felt. I have not checked on her, and she doesn't look pregnant. Because originally I thought maybe she's gone missing or something. Maybe she's got lost. But then today I saw a tabby cat. They both look, you know, really, really well groomed, really well fed, and they seem to know each other because they were sharing food. When I gave food to the Felix cat, the black and white one, the tabby just came over and joined in, and they were fine side by side, eating from the same bowl. And I have seen them before together. So I thought maybe there's some new people moving in with their cats. So sometimes they kind of just appear, you know, in the neighborhood. All right, I'm gonna do, oh, so these were 310, were they? Okay, I'm gonna take another strand of 310. Spooky bingo. Hey, Dolly. Dolly just gone belly up behind me. Darling, honey, would you like to speak to the stitches today? Is today a good day, babe? Do you want to have a word with the stitches? You're going belly up behind me. Babe? Do you want to come over here? You want to, right? Honey? Come on. Come over here. Volunteer. Come over here. Baby. No, she's playing hard to get again. Oh, Dolly. You know, I have to rethink about this contract that we just signed. She just walked away from me. Seriously. This cat has attitude. But poor Dolly has been, you know, kind of threatened by Lily every day. I'm feeling really bad and I don't know what to do. Ellen says that does he have a sleeping place outside, like a shed? where they make sometimes a tiny isolated cat house so they have a space. Not a cat house as much, because my plan is hoping that he would eventually move on. I've been trying for months now. You guys have been following the situation here. At one point, I actually tried not to give him food, hoping that he's gonna just move on. And he was so persistent. But in the meantime, during that period, he must be getting food from other places, because he was fine. He was well fed. But for some reason, he's just so insisted on coming in. Just, I don't know. It's strange. There's just quite a lot of cats trying to, come to the patio recently. I don't know what that means. Amanda, referring to Stitching Mummy, she says she does not use anything but in hand unless she's stitching like handkerchiefs, then she uses a hoop. Right, so for finer fabrics. But does she do 25 counts and stuff like that? Because stitching in hand might be easier for 14 counts, but anything that's kind of even weave, it's quite tricky, isn't it? Susan says spooky bingo again, 310, yes. Welcome. Catachoo, yes, exactly, Dolly. Because now she knows that, during the stream, we want to listen to her purring. And she's like going, I'm not doing that. And Dragon Lady is having a 310 as well. There you go. Spooky bingo, everyone. And Ellen says, yesterday when I opened my curtains, I found a ginger cat with a white tip on his tail in our garden. He came from the shed. You know, where they say cats choose their stuff. Yes, you've been chosen as the slave. Yes. I think I've been chosen by Lily as well. What an honor. There. So my strategy right now is to fill in all the boxed in stitches. And then once I complete these ones, and I'll start to park outside this area, it's going to make it easier to flow. Right, 597, 597, no spooky bingo. Let me guess. It's quite an unusual color. 597. Susan says it means you're a pushover. I know, I know. I'm useless in front of Dolly. Now Dolly's back in the room and now belly up behind me. Guys, see what I have to put up with? You know, I turn around trying to talk to her and she walks away from me. And now she just voluntarily come in and just go do a belly up. Seriously. And she's just toying with me. And now I'm going to, you know, just pretend that I don't see her. Just ignore her and she will come forward and trying to get my attention. See, this is psychological games you have to play with cats. It's not easy. Now I'm playing hard to get. Amanda says Stitching Mummies does 40 counts. 1/1? Really? 40 count 1/1 full cross. Oh, but I saw the last time I saw her videos that they're probably quite old. Does she do a lot of 10 stitches? Or maybe just for some of them? Because I saw a tutorial of her demonstrating typewriter method. She was mostly doing 10 stitches. "40 count." I'll be amazed if she's doing full cross. And Rachel says Stitching Mummy has several 40 count projects. It's a 1/1 full cross. Dragon Lady says word has been passed around the cat community that the happening place is Yogi's house. I bet they probably do. I think they definitely do. And squirrels as well. Because, you know, I started with one squirrel to visit me. And now I have at least 3 or 4. And I suspect some of them probably, you know, there's certain turnover. I don't know how it works. But there's a boss one. The captain squirrel of my squirrel community. What I think is a he. He's the cleverest. He's most clever. He will come to me because there's a window in front of me in this room, and I spend a lot of time in this room, you know, my computer or stitching, and I can look out the window. And this squirrel will come and knock on my window. He will come and just let me see him outside the window, and so he's been doing that quite a lot. Or if I'm in the kitchen, he will appear on the kitchen window. Literally, he knows how to let me know that you know, it's time to give them nuts, and he will come and visit me, and I'll open the kitchen door, back door actually, and the squirrel will come in to the kitchen, and I'll give him a few nuts to warm up, okay, and then I'll open a window so he can just come in whenever he wants. So this is our routine, and as we do so, a few other squirrels will hear about it, and they will come in as well to get the nuts. And they eat a lot of nuts. So we have our, routine, our drill going on there. The squirrels are so clever. Rachel says the 14 count is 10 stitch for stitching mummy. 40 count 10. The coverage might be much better than 32 10. That's amazing. It's very small. And are we talking about full coverage though, or samplers? I just haven't got time to watch anybody's content right now. So Ellen's stitch looks like Dolly, really? Like, do you mean pattern? Let's have a look. This one, 931, 931, 931, 931. Oh dear, snagged a little bit. This floss is being a little bit stubborn. There you go. Oh, the cat's name. Okay, Tuxedo Cat. Ginny, your keyboard is going rogue. I hope you're not driving and texting at the same time. Okay. So this is looking good. Most of the, well, there's still a little patch here with loose stitches, but this part, I can start to flow, do a color flow a lot more easily. Oh, so Stitch is the name of the cat. Okay, now it starts to make sense because we're talking about stitching, and the cat's name is Stitch. I was thinking, what are we talking about here? I know, tuxedo cats, they rule the world, don't they? I'll try to take some pictures of the Felix cat as well. And I try to take good pictures of Lily, but Lily's been, it's quite difficult to take photos. And also the tuxedo cat, she will let me pick her up and hug her, literally. And she's very used to it. So she's definitely owned by somebody. Definitely not a stray cat. So I'm kind of wondering why he's so hungry. And the tabby as well. The tabby was hungry as well. It's very strange. Nice 3-1. Nice 3-1. Okay, there's 3 stitches here. 3, 8, 1, 6. 3, 8, 1, 6. Ginny says, is Lily a tuxedo cat? No, Lily is all black. And his hair, he's quite puffy. Well, not puffy, but the fur is on slightly on the longer side. So if you look at Dolly, Dolly is kind of short. You know, I'll say Dolly is a short hair cat. I'm sure there are cats with shorter hair, but Dolly, I would say, is short hair, right? And Lily is much longer, but not like long hair. Dolly's so cute. I know. Do not tell her, okay? She's gonna just take advantage of me if she knows that I think she's cute. Okay. Oh, I'm so tempted. Just keep going with the cross country. I don't know. Should I? No. Resist. 3A16. I will review again once I've fill in all the loose stitches and decide whether I want a color flow or maybe keep going with cross country. 3A16. Ginny says cross country. I kind of, I really miss color flow actually, but let's see how it goes. I don't want to force it, maybe at some point I could transition to color flow. Oh, Dragon Lady. Dragon Lady is cute indeed. not unlike some men, my husband has been taking advantage of me for the last 55 years. That's because Dragon Lady is so cute. So, yes, so Dragon Lady is being taken advantage of. Yeah, but that reminds me, there's a lady. She doesn't come to my classes, but she's more, she goes to Pilates. So she goes to one of the gyms that I teach as well, and she's there all the time. And I'm trying to figure out her age. She's very proud of her age. I think she says she's 72 or something, and she's a regular of the gym, and she enjoys Pilates and some dance classes. And so I bumped into her the other day, and her name's Sheila, and she says, you know, she asked me if I was trained in teaching Pilates, because they have one of the teachers, the regular teacher, she has some medical issues, so she's been off, and they're not able to find a replacement for that teacher for some reason. And I said, you know, I'm not trained to teach Pilates, etc. And so we got to chat a little bit, and she kind of pointed, directed me to the cafe where the gym cafe is, and she kind of go, well, that's my husband. And I only saw the back of the gentleman, okay, and he seemed, you know, look quite fit and everything, you know, all good. And but she says, you know, he's got dementia or something like that, just memory problems. So in a way, she has to maybe I'm trying to recall. I think it was he's got short-term memory issues, probably meaning that you know, there are daily things that he just forgets, but longer term things he remembers. You know, like who his wife is, etc. And so yes, I didn't realize, because I have seen this lady coming to the gym really regularly, and now I kind of know why she does it, because she probably just needs to escape from being a caretaker. You know, from time to time, you need to give time to yourself, and she just she was just saying that you know, it's exhausting sometimes, because she's in her 70s as well, and her husband probably in his 70s as well, and but obviously she was in much better health than the husband, so she had to take care of the husband. But it's difficult being a caretaker. It takes a lot out of you. It's no joke, no joke. But it also made me realize why she was, you know, coming to the gym so frequently, every day, every day. Sound Stitching says, this is looking good. So good, I love it. Thank you so much, Sound Stitching. See, this is the kind of encouraging words I need, Janine, you know? Watch and learn, okay, from Sound Stitching, rather than throwing things in the fire pit, or just go cross country, which is fine. It's fine. Yes, maybe, well, I don't know, maybe just cross country a little bit, but look at it. I think it's quite ready to do color flow properly, right? There are a few stitches I need to patch up, and then other than this bit, we're ready to go. Oh, Susan is saying the same thing. Susan says, I think this piece is saying mini cross country, not color flow. What made you say that then, Susan? Why would you say that? How? How do you tell? I don't know. All right then. Well, you know, following the popular demand of the chat, I'll cross country then. So I'm shifting the responsibility to the chat. Okay, it's not me. I want to, you know, I want to color flow, but the chat is just complaining, going, well, this is more of a cross country piece. 08. Oh, okay. Now we have the first 35 color appearing. This is number 8. And this one is actually DMC. Rachel Morton says, I also think you should do cross country if you want to. It's weird, isn't it? Because if I read the pattern, because the patterns, according to the pattern, it would be a really nice one to do color flow because it's got quite meaty areas where there are clusters of the same colors, if you know what I mean. I can see color flow in this piece, but for some reason, probably because I have to, you know, address all these floating stitches. If I had started off from first stitch doing color flow, maybe I wouldn't struggle this much. Because I can't really flow properly right now because of, you know, all the floating stitches. So I just ended up doing cross country in order to patch up all the stitches. That's my excuse. Well, it probably doesn't matter. If I feel like cross country, then I'll cross country. Ellen says I had to follow the votes with my ceiling exactly. The chat, you know, decides. Yes, the chat actually saved the ceiling. We did it. Yes. Well, there you go. I have to blame the chat. Okay, now I'm gonna cross country a little bit. It's not me, okay? I don't want to do it. But the chat is like going, oh, come on. Just cross country. Just fly away like a bird. I can't believe I'm doing this. Yes, it's okay. It's okay. It's so good. In fact, I am going to end this stitch here. Jackie Manion says, looking good, Yogi. I know I look good, don't I? I know it. No, well, we're talking about my web, okay? Well, Janine, don't worry. Maybe you're turning 60, but your mental age is firmly 16, okay? Just like Susan. So you too can hang out like schoolgirls. Oh, age. Laura, hello, darling. Laura says, hello, all. Been lurking because it's warm and I get grumpy. What do you mean? Why do you get grumpy when it's warm? Isn't being warm really nice? Laura says, plus my hubby is not here with me. My Cinnabon. Oh, yeah, with my Cinnabon. So I'm extra grumpy. What's Cinnabon? With my Cinnabon. Is that autocorrection? Oh, Laura, do not be grumpy, okay? It's okay. Deep breaths, ujjayi breaths, whatever it is. Janine says, Yogi, you were definitely right about my mental age time. Yes, exactly. I think this chat is totally juvenile, just with my daily interaction with you guys. Passion for stamping says, can I hang out too? I'm 73. Yeah. Get a schoolgirl outfit on, you know. Here we go. Oh, Ring says Cinnabon is a cinnamon roll brand. Oh, well, I'm not well versed in the cinnamon roll, arena, Laura. Yes. So why is Laura grumpy with delicious cinnamon bun to eat? I'm assuming, unless it's a cat name. The cat is called Cinnabon. Laura says, I'm a cold or cooler weather person. In the summer, I turn into a toddler, hating here. Well, but the thing is not summer yet, is it, Laura? Why is it so hot? It doesn't make sense. Monique? Oh, heat. Yes. I need to decode, decipher the secret code everybody's typing. It's okay. I can read emoji, okay? 645. 645. Well, Janine, it's not too late. Janine says, I wish you knew you all when you're 16. But I think you're 16. Well, there you go. This is really looking pretty good. I quite like the idea of having path threads. Maybe I can combine parking with cross country. I could, couldn't I? Quite like the idea that I can park. Yes, Laura, it's not even the summer and you're already grumpy. Can you imagine what's going to happen in July? Oh dear. Yes, I can park. I'm going to do that. I'm going to cross country and park. There you go, my new method today. My third method. Yes. Today, transitioning to color flow and now back to cross country and cross country parking. All right. You know, my stitching's like a jazz band. It's got improv. Michelle says, I would never have guessed some of your ages. I think we'll feel young and hard when we're with our stitchy friends. Well, to be honest, if you think about it, you know, a lot of times we are so conditioned to kind of think a certain way, you know, and to dress a certain way, to talk a certain way, because whatever age that sort of is imposed to us. But if you think about it, there is a kind of a purest form of each one of us, the purest kind of essence of us. And that thing, that essence of us never changes. From the moment you're born to this point, wherever it is, whatever ages, that thing never changes. And that's you. So the real you is eternal, is it's just you. That, you know, you can feel it. That thing doesn't change. And I think when you feel joy and, you know, in the purest form, the simplest pleasure, it's coming out from that purest essence of you. So you're quite right. That version of you does not have any age attached to it. It's nice 3-1. Rachel says, that's what I do, cross country and some hybrid parking. I do that on all my projects. Yes. I'm kind of feeling it because I kind of struggle a little bit because when I look to the next stitch, it's slightly away. And I kind of just choose to end the thread. But now, if I have the option to park as well, I get the benefit of having the thread there waiting for me. I kind of like that for this piece. And I don't normally park when I do cross country because sometimes you run into the path threads, you know, depends on which direction you're going. But I'm kind of feeling that. I'll do it up to the point that, you know, as long as it makes sense. If not, I'll switch. Why not? So 90 Fahrenheit, I don't know. What What is it in Celsius? So South Stitching says in Laura's defense, we're going to be in 90s tomorrow here in, isn't North Carolina. But hang on, isn't North Carolina the place that you had snowstorm? That was where, wasn't it? And now it's heat wave. Seriously, slow down, North Carolina. All right, the next one will be here. One, two. All right then, I'm going to do a little bit of parking as well. Crafty Tabby Cat says, did you ever find a missing floss? No. Yes, in fact, I'm going to do daily update on the situation with my floss, counting days, you know, day 17 of the missing floss, like missing person, you know, you count days. No, I haven't found them. And Crafty Tabby says, I've always felt young at heart. It's my body that says differently. But you know, the how you felt, it's totally real. How you felt, so I want to say mentally, but it's beyond. It's a little bit deeper than just mentally. How, if you felt, well, as you say, young at heart, that's within your heart, that affects your body as well. I think, you know, the cells of the body react to our mind. I really do think so. And that's why there's such a thing as mind over matters. You know, your mind can have great impact on the physical body. And healing as well. Healing, that's how healing happens when your mind believes the body is healing. The body starts to heal. Nice 3-2. Nice 3-2. Because, you know, when we're, most of the times, you know, 24 hours a day, during our waking hours, most of the times we're playing a role, don't we? You know, not in a sort of, you know, faking kind of way, but we are, you know, assuming into multiple roles. For instance, you know, if I'm teaching yoga, I'm the yoga teacher. If you go to work, you're the manager. Or, you know, if you're at home, you're the mom or the wife, whatever. We're kind of switching into different roles mentally. And that role, those roles are coming from external. It's a projection of how the world sees us. And that's not you. That's not me. That's not anybody. That is a thing, you know, kind of responsibility, you could call it, or function that we perform. That's not you. That has nothing to do with you. But a lot of times, I think age is probably one of those things as well, is what external, it's an external concept being imposed on you. So sometimes you create conflict because innerly you probably feel 16, but outwardly you're constantly being reminded you're this age, that age. So there's a kind of discrepancy there. And I would say trust the inner you, because that's the real you. Oh, I have to fudge this stitch. Heather House says, lurking again. I'm 77 and always have younger friends as well as those my own age. They keep me young. Absolutely. And I think we're drawn to whoever, you know, that we kind of get along with. There's nothing to do with age or things like that. Oh, I think I have got... But sometimes we feel like we almost have to justify it because, again, as I said, that external perception that we view us and the world with, which is not accurate, not really you most of the time. Am I lost? Hang on. Where am I? Oh, I'm over here. Hang on. And this is why 1, 2, 2 stitches. Right. Passion for Stamping says, I've been doing cross-country on my Mozart piece, and so far I haven't had to frog. I've come to dislike parking. No, passion for stamping is just bragging now, you know. I'm doing cross-country and I haven't had to frog. 2,000 stitches, no? No? Oh, just me then. And for parking, that's really interesting because I go through phases that I'm, you know, I really don't want to park. And sometimes it's probably depending on the project as well. Sometimes I'm very sort of drawn to parking and sometimes I don't. Wow, 32 degrees in Celsius. My goodness, already? We're in April. What's happening there? Rachel says, yes, snowstorm in January. And wow, that's very solid 4 seasons. And also way ahead because it's not summer yet. You have 32 degree. What happens in July? Dear, oh dear. Nito says, just don't look in the mirror. Dragon Lady says, the real me needs to live another 1,000 years to complete all my webs. And you will. Why not? Walkaway says, from the time we're very young, the world tends to separate us into age categories Like in the school, for instance, we grow accustomed to it, but it's nice to break free of that. I know it's mental conditioning, isn't it? Because if you think about it, there isn't any intrinsic definition of age groups because it evolves throughout centuries, whereas before 30, literally your life is over, back in, I don't know, maybe centuries ago, medieval time or whatever, because lifespan was very short. And now it's getting longer. 60 is like, it's probably nothing, If you look at the people who are coming to my classes, yeah, everybody's so fit, and the various ages, and it's not unusual to actually find out someone is in their 60s, 70s, but they just don't look it, and they don't behave like it. And it's because you're not accepting that grouping that's kind of enforced on us for whatever reasons. Yes, Heather, you're quite right. Heather says, the older I get, the less I care about what the world thinks about me. I do me, it's very freeing. I know, I think that's what comes with age, I guess. It's freedom. Because you've seen it, and you don't care. You don't care about superficial kind of judgment anymore. Passion for Stamping says, since I started stitching from a master set of threads, I tend to grab a thread and run with it until it's done. Right, so you just stitch until the thread is finished. Yes, that's one way of doing it as well. But it really depends on how long your threads are. If you're Komari, you're not running very far. Let's have a look. It's nearly 12:30 midnight. I think I'm going to pick one more color, and that would be my last one today. Laura says in July we turn into puddles for a while. Oh dear. They don't make it easy, do they? Is there either snowstorm, you get snowed in, or it's so hot. And Laura is all grumpy. Oh dear. Janine says that's the really cool thing about these lives. We talk to many people of all ages with the same likes. It's awesome. Yes, ultimately, people, it's very, very simple, isn't it? We like certain things. We get together, and we talk about it and enjoy it. That's it. The simplicity of of this type of interaction. There's no complication, there's no weird things, no drama. We just share what we love. And I'm gonna pick one more color here. I'm gonna pick a part thread here as well, waiting for me, and this one is going to be my last color. as I'm cross country. I'm doing cross country, aren't I? So I'm gonna just flow a few stitches here. 501, this one. Passion for Stamping says, I bought a second pair of clover snips in case I live to 300 years. I'm one of those people as well. If I find something I really like, I start to get scared. Maybe at some point they don't make them anymore. I tend to get two. I tend to get one extra. So yes, that's a very good idea. That's a very good idea to get. But you know, because they're so well made, each pair is probably going to last you about 150 years. So you know, you're sorted for 300 years. I think my last pair, which are still working, you know, I didn't put that pair away because they broke. It's still in my drawer, and it's slightly blunt, but still fully usable. And this pair I've got, I've been using it for probably about 4 years now, 3-4 years. I'm still totally fine. See you later, Lizzie. Well done. Lizzie's in the UK as well. So been staying up. 99. And I'm going to do... Actually, I'm going to make this one the final stitch because I am going to park in the next one here. All right. Have a look at this. Hang on. Let me just remove this one here. I'm going to zoom out for you. Oh, yes. Let's have a look. That is looking really good, isn't it? The pattern is emerging. Let me zoom out a little bit more. Can you see that? And I think it's working so well with 14 counts because you can see a little bit, you can see the stitches, the texture a little bit more. And it makes it more like a painting. It's got that painting kind of feel to it. And which is what it is. Illustration or painting, I don't know. But it's got really nice kind of, you know, painting feel to it. And so this is what I've done today. And if you weren't here in the beginning. So with this piece, I've been working typewriter, if you've been following this piece, up to this point, up till this stream. And I decided to do a little bit of a color flow, okay? But the thing is, I had a lot of floating stitches that's coming from the cross country. So today, I've been doing a bit of a mixture of everything, okay? So I try to create, kind of start to plant threads for color flow at the same time patching up the loose stitches so I can flow more easily. And somewhere along the line, I decided to maybe cross country certain portion here. And now I'm kind of transitioning to cross country with parking. So at this point, to be honest, I could go either way. I could go cross country, parking or not parking. But next section, I'll decide whether I'm going to do cross country or I can quite comfortably start color flowing from here. It's going to be a lot easier because there are, you know, far less floating stitches here. But whichever way, I'm stitching, okay? And this is a beautiful piece. And, you know, I'm really, really enjoying it. So this piece is by Stitch is So Beautiful. It's based on a piece of artwork. Let me show you. By a lady called Karla, Gerard. and it's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. And I'm stitching on 14 counts and 2 strands over 1 stitch. And let me show you. I'm gonna share the stitch counts with you. And Passion says, looks great, Yogi, well done, thank you so much. And let's have a look. Okay, so this is a small size for Stitches So Beautiful. It's about 250 by 200, something like that. So it's not a massive piece, but it's perfect for this image. And I'm starting from upper left there a little bit. Okay, so are you ready, guys? I'm going to count to 3, 2, and 1. There you go. The grand total of stitches Yogi has done today is 215. Yay! Okay, yeah, well, you know, because of the color flowing thingy, you know, maybe slowed down a little bit, but I think the cross-country portion probably made up a little bit. And yes, it can be a little bit slower with, you know, color flow, but it's quite a fun way of stitching. So, you know, I might still go for it from time to time when, if it flows, right? And yes, so round of applause for me, and let me come back here. Yes, thank you for joining me today for the Tuesday. I really enjoyed it. And 14 count is so nourishing to stitch. You know, it's like a little break every time I do 14 counts, and it's equally beautiful, just like any other fabric count. And I'll keep going with this piece. Hopefully, you know, I have a lovely picture to frame on my wall in about 100 years time. You know, I'm optimistic. So thank you, guys, and yes, give me some Dolly love and 99 and Yogi move, whatever it is. And I hope you enjoy your session as well. I really enjoyed the chat. And tomorrow is on Maggie Day, my Maggie Day, but Dimensions Days for all of you. And we're gonna reconvene and go for another spot of stitching together and chat. So from the sleepy London town is 26 minutes past midnight, and Yogi signing out. I wish you a great day, evening, afternoon, wherever you are, and I'll see you tomorrow on Dimensions Up. Bye bye. Nighty night.